Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome in. Welcome to the sprints. I'm going to do a quick post on Instagram and then we can get going because otherwise I always forget. But if you are here in the chat already, let us know what your plans are for these sprints. What will you be doing? And then we'll do introductions in just a second. This is not, my camera cannot pick that up. It always struggles with StreamYard. Let me go to my actual channel. Hi, Maggie. She's like, why are you talking and not talking to me?
My hair really is giving Lord Farquhar energy, and I don't like it.
Oh, Sabrina is here, and we add you in. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, I think it looks lovely.
I'm not seeing Lord Farquaad energy, to be honest.
No, not
just when it goes out on the ends.
Oh, I get what you mean, the shape.
Cute little
shape.
Triangle.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
And
it looks lovely.
Thanks.
It does look really nice. The colour's looking really good still.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Right. Okay, so I will start things off. So today I've got a wheel as per usual, and my three options are chores. And while I'm doing chores, I'll be listening to The Unhoneymooners because I've read 9 pages and the book club is on Thursday. Then I've got writing, which I won't be reading at all, I'll be writing. And then I've got reading, which is when I'll be reading Abroad in Japan for our other book club on Wednesday, which I am 25% through.
Oh, well,
which I read all on the train yesterday. So I'm catching up. But yeah, Charlotte, do you want to introduce yourself? Let everyone know what you'll be up to.
Hello, I'm Charlotte. Most of you probably know me by now from being on Lily's previous sprints, but I do book stuff sometimes. I am chaotic, and this month I've had 3 Instagram tours for books.
Wow.
And I, for all of them, because this month's been mad, I read enough of the book to be able to review it, but didn't finish it. And by that I probably read maybe like 3/4, maybe 2/3 of most of them. And I was like, okay, I've got a basis to review it. I have enough to know that I like it to review it, but I haven't finished any of them. So I now have like this giant stack of books that I need to finish. And like you can see my bookmarks. So I'm going to be trying to conquer some of these today. If I can finish one of them, then that would be great. The other day I also started reading Babel because I don't know how to only read one book. So I might also be, if I fancy reading this, I've read like this much, so not very much. But I also have the audiobook of that, which I'm kind of maybe preferring. So yeah, I don't really know what I'm going to start with, but I'll see what I'm in the mood for when we come to it. But I also might be writing.
Sabrina, what about you?
I've just got out of bed, so thank you for making me get up.
Mood. I actually said to Charlotte, I joined like 2 minutes before the stream was meant to start, and I was like, I am tired.
Yeah, I haven't read the book for the book club yet. I am really struggling. Like Charlotte, I just can't seem to settle with one book at all at the moment. So I'm going to attempt to read a bit of The Tainted Cup because I started that yesterday and quite enjoyed it. So the plan is to blitz read that today. That's what I want to do. Yeah.
I will say, but if you do decide to try and read it, Abroad in Japan is very readable and very easy. But I was quite relieved by that when I started reading it yesterday.
Oh, good.
Okay, let's have a catch up. Hello, Nikki. Welcome in. Hello, Marlene. Going to finish Chaos on Catnet. I don't know what that is. Household chores, same. Might be doing some of those. Morning, Chloe. Going to start reading Wayward by Amelia Hart in the first sprint. Nice. Then probably clean in the next one. I am doing good, thank you. We were saying I was at Dimension 20 with my boyfriend last night, so I'm a bit sleepy. But other than that, I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good. Sorry.
We're all just sleeping.
Yeah.
I do normally start sprints at 1, but I wanted to try and get like more sprints in before my parents come home from their holiday.
Nice.
So that's why we're starting earlier today, and I am feeling it.
Yeah. I mean, my week's just been ridiculous. Like, we had our Ofsted rating, and it's not ideal. So that the morale isn't great. So then we had a massive gas leak in Salisbury. There was a huge gas leak, like not far from my school, and we all had to evacuate. Luckily, it was the end of the day, so we could send the kids on their way home. Like, we didn't have to try and keep them. We could just send them home because it was literally the bell went for the end of the day. But all of us teachers, like all of us staff, were like standing outside for probably an hour, and we weren't allowed back in the building, even though they knew it wasn't in our school. We still weren't allowed back in the building for some reason. So I didn't have any of my stuff. Like, the head was coming around, like, you don't have to stay, you can go home. And I was like, I would, but my house keys are in the office.
No.
My buses that I usually get were coming in, and I couldn't get on them because I didn't have my house keys. So that was fun. And then I'm also in a show that I have a week until opening night. So I have rehearsal tonight, and then a couple next week, and then it opens the following week. So there's a lot going on. But I'm feeling good about it.
You seem in pretty good spirits, all considering.
Yeah. I'm hanging by a thread, but I'm there.
Oh, bless you.
Nikki's also in the book club panic, going to read Delegate Dream Department Store and book club is in a week. Yeah, I have 3 days to finish Abroad in Japan, and I definitely will be at that book club because I'm not in work in the office that day. The following day I have another book club, but I am in the office that day. So it's hit and miss as to whether I will make it to that book club. It is virtual, but it's at 7.
Okay.
And I work in London, so
yeah.
I'm not as prioritizing that one as much as the one I could actually make. But I feel you. And some love for Babel in the chat. I will not comment. But listening to the audiobook of Amina Al-Sarafi, which is the best way to read that book. Such a good audiobook. I hope you're enjoying it. Switch to knitting for a bit would be nice. Yeah. And yeah, what Amina love. Shall we get straight into a sprint?
Yeah.
Let me get a spinny wheel to find out how long our first sprint will be. Share screen, that's what I want to do. If you can hear Maggie, I apologize. She's complaining. Okay, let's see how long the first one will be. I know. Okay, not bad.
Cool.
And then I will spin to see what I'll be doing this sprint. If you're a regular on sprints, you'll know that Spinny Wheel is a hater and likes to make me just write constantly, despite the fact there's an even chance of everything occurring.
Yeah.
It tends to just pick writing every time.
I might actually use this for myself as well today because I don't know whether to write or read. So.
Oh.
Great. Cool.
It's not writing, so.
That sucks.
Well, my options were writing or reading, so I'll have to pick.
Dealer's choice. So I will be doing some chores and listening to the Unhoneymooners, and I'll get a timer up for 30 minutes.
Nice. Yeah, I just cracked 60k on my first draft yesterday, day before.
Amazing. Is this the one you were doing for Nano?
Yeah. So I stayed up till like 3 a.m. because it got to a point where I was like just writing stuff that was just like, oh my God, like there was so much happening. It was like a sort of high energy scene. And then I wrote nearly 4,000 words in one night.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, I cracked 60k. So now I'm just like, I've given myself a self-imposed deadline of June. So I'm, yeah.
I'm getting the inevitable, I want to start a different one vibes in writing, even though I keep saying to myself I need to finish one first draft before I can start another one.
Yeah,
I have a really intense need to start this other one that I've been like, it's been brewing in my mind since I was in like second year of uni, or maybe even first year, so it's been a long time, and I really want to go back to it. So if I get to writing, we'll see if I do. do any of that. But let's get the first sprint going, and we will see you all in 30 minutes.
See you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Let us know in the chat how you got on in that sprint. I put some washing on, did washing up, and started folding some laundry from the other day. And I listened to a bit of The Unhoneymooners. I'm not sure. I'm on chapter 3, and I've just got to the bit in the blurb where it says like everybody at the wedding gets sick. So the two people that hate each other are the only people that don't get sick, and they go on the honeymoon together so it doesn't get wasted. So we've just got to the bit where everyone is vomiting. That's what I was at as the time went off. So fun times, but it is fun. Christina Lauren books are always fun. But yeah, how did you guys get on?
I read like 40 pages, I think.
Nice. Which one did you pick?
I'm reading Daniel Deconstructed.
Oh, I've heard good things about that.
Yeah. It's cool. It's like I love how two books that I had two tours one day after the other, and they're both books with autistic main characters, which is very cool because like I was trying to think of some for this month to put in my school library, obviously because it's Autism Acceptance Month. So I was like trying to think of some books put in the library, and it was like I was a struggle trying to find any books that have autistic main characters is a struggle. So yeah, having two one after the other, and they're both great, was really cool.
And school appropriate as well, because I find a lot of my recs for people are adult romances. You can't be putting them in school shelves.
Yeah. So it was great. But yeah, this one's fun. It's like it's so quick to read. Like I can fly through it. So yeah, it's nice. A lot of fun.
How did you get on, Sabrina?
I think I clocked about 35 pages.
Nice.
So mine's a murder mystery. I've got a Sherlock Holmes-esque character on a planetary system where the plants are lethal, basically. So my chapter was effectively finding out how this murder was done, who the accomplice is, but obviously it's not finished because we don't know who's behind it all yet.
Nice.
Yeah, but
that's
yeah,
good.
Very cool.
Good. Yeah, sounds cool.
Awesome. We were joined by a couple of new people in the chat. So Tilly joined us while there was meant to be reading, but ended up rearranging my bookshelves.
Nice.
Very fair.
Yeah.
I was also frantically shoving books back on my bookshelf because I did a flat lay picture 2 days ago, I can't remember, but recently, and I didn't put the books away afterwards, and they've been stacked on my desk. So I did that in the sprints. Managed 32 pages of Wayward. That's good. 75 to 80 is impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is very good. Missed the end of the sprint. I had breakfast and bought some turnips towards the next sprint. And to clarify, it's Animal Crossing. Yes. This reminds me the other day that I was. It was maybe 2 weeks ago. So the new Stardew Valley update has come out, and I have already clocked like 100 hours. I'm living. I'm on year 3. It's going great.
Oh my god.
And the other day I played it so obsessively that I was thinking about there was something that my boyfriend and I needed to do in a certain time period, and I was like, oh, it's okay, it's only midway through the month. And I was thinking this to myself at the end of March. And I realized the reason I thought that was because that was the date in Stardew. And I started to think it was Stardew dates in my head. My boyfriend was like, it is not the middle of the month, it is like the 28th. What are you on? So
oh dear.
It's going well.
I haven't played the update yet, and it's like I don't do like PC controls very well. I don't know why.
I am on the struggle bus.
Yeah, even though like for my entire teenage years I played hundreds of hours of Minecraft. Like I don't know why now I can't PC controls. I just can't get on with. So I bought a controller to use on my PC, and I still haven't played it. Like I bought it literally just for the update because I usually play on Switch, which obviously doesn't have the update yet. So I bought a controller to play it, and I still haven't because it's just been mad. So I'm like so desperately trying to find time to actually start playing it because it's killing me that I haven't started it yet.
I wasn't allowed to play PC games growing up. I was very restricted on what I could play. I was only allowed to play DS games or Nintendo Wii games. So I can only do Nintendo controllers. I can't do any other kind of controllers. And the new update is only PC at the moment. So I had to remap the controls to the arrow keys because I couldn't WASD for the life of me.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I tried to use a controller, but we couldn't get it to work with my Mac.
Oh, okay.
So eventually I want to buy a Switch Pro controller because I don't have one.
Yeah.
But it's just not been in the budget lately. But I am getting used to it, and I've completed the Skull Caverns challenge without a controller, so I think I'm pretty good now. But yeah, it took a while to get used to keys, and it's a lot. I really want to get into Stardew. Once you start, there's no end.
You're in it for life.
There's a lot. And yes, dreaming and Stardew is a mood. This update is huge. If I started to list, it would go on, but there's like loads of new festivals, there's new resources, there's new characters later on as well. I'm not sure.
There's like
there's
hundreds of new lines of dialogue, so like it just refreshes.
They all have winter clothes.
Yeah,
they actually change their clothes in winter instead of walking around in shorts and t-shirts in the winter. It's cool. But then they do wear their outdoor coats inside their house. Like Evelyn is fully in like a balaclava in her own home. It's quite entertaining, but no, it is huge. I would recommend going to look for like a video that talks through it, because there's a lot. Like he said it was going to be like a minor update, and it's basically like 1.5. Like 1.5 was a big update. This is also huge.
Crazy, considering he said that he was done with big content updates for this game. Like he was like, no, I'm going to carry on, I'm going to like start working on the next game now, and like I'm done with the big content updates, it's just going to be little patches and stuff from now on. And then comes out with this, like, what the hell?
Yeah, he's also doing another patch that's coming out soon, which he said also has more updates. Like, it's not just a patch fix, he's added extra stuff in this other patch as well. Like, there's a lot of new stuff, and it's really cool. There's like loads of new festivals, there's loads of new stuff to do.
Considering this game is like 15 quid or something to buy, like, that's insane.
Yeah, if you're going to play it on Switch, don't buy the physical copy on Switch, because the physical copy is so much more expensive. If you get it from the digital store, it's so much cheaper, and it's quite cheap on PC, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just bought it on
it's
PC
always
because
on
I
offer
couldn't wait.
well. It's always on sale.
Yes, true. We have a wild Kate. Are you ready to join us, Kate, in the phone room? Let's add you in. Hi, Kate.
Hey.
We were just talking Stardew, but would you like to like give a quick introduction and let us know what your plans are for the sprints today?
Yeah, sure. So I am Kate. I am over on Instagram at Reading Through Infinity. And today I'm trying to finish my book club book, because I thought our book club meeting was on the 28th, because we normally have it on the 28th. And it had been floated as an idea to potentially do it on a Sunday when we last met, and everyone was like, yeah, we could do that, that'd be fine. And then I saw in our WhatsApp chat that they were like, yeah, it's on the 25th this month. And I was like, oh, okay, that's in like 5 days or less. Like, this was yesterday. And I was like, that's in 5 days. So I'm reading The Ghost Theatre. This is our book club pick for the month. I'm at page 115. And it's like 304 pages. So
you can do that.
Yeah, just need to make some progress.
Yeah, that's fine. You've got this.
Yeah, you've still got 4 days.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. So it's the only thing is the font is really small. Like
I can't deal with
like
tiny fonts.
I know. I these days I just don't have any patience for it. I open a book and I'm like, oh no, not the tiny font.
Yeah.
My favorite is when you read a tiny font book and then you switch to a different book and you're like, the relief.
I can see.
So good.
It's like when I do a palette cleanser, I do like a couple of fantasy reads and I switch to a romance, and the romance text is like middle grade level size. And I'm like, yes, this is what I needed after that intenseness.
Yeah, because you were reading the Flawless series, and the font in that is really big, isn't it? It's such a nice size.
Like that, just
it is actually. I literally just
I
put it
remember
there. It was in my flat lay. I literally just put it back 5 minutes ago.
I read the first one and I was like, oh, that font is so nice.
Oh, you can tell we're getting old. We're like, give us the big fonts.
Yeah, I was just thinking as well, the one that annoys me is the Lucy score books. Those are not big font. Oh, there's still a bookmark in there. I did finish it, promise.
Yeah,
I must have just read the ebook. But yeah, the font in Lucy score books are tiny and they're also like 5 billion pages long. It's not a typical romance.
Yeah, I'm kind of finding this with Babel as well. Like the font is pretty tiny in Babel.
Yeah, because it's not big in the hardback, and that's heavy as well. And it's like,
yeah, that's what I've got.
Yeah,
and it's just like it's just very small.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
That's another pro of Amina Al Sarafi. The font in Amina Al Sarafi is also huge. And when I did read the physical, I was like, this is nice. This is good.
Yeah.
It's like when people talk about, oh, I can read X many pages a minute. And I'm like, how are we judging this? Because a romance novel, I can read like 4 pages a minute. With an intense fantasy, no. The font in Wayward is apparently huge, so that's good. The font in Swordcatcher is also huge. Is that the Cassandra Clare?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like hers are usually quite good. Trying to think of what I read recently. I picked one up recently and I was like, absolutely not, just based on the font size.
Yeah, with this one, I'm like...
Sorry, I thought someone was saying something.
I said this is where Kindles come in helpful.
Yes.
I can't read on them. Give me a headache.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's rubbish.
Yeah, I'm a recent. I bought Beth's Books Nest. Beth, I bought her an old Kindle because she bought a new one.
Oh, nice.
And I'm a proper convert. Like I'm just oh my god, this is so great. I can now read everywhere without having to take a bunch of books in my bag.
I do like Kindles, but I am so pissed off that I didn't know before I committed to a Kindle that you can't get UK Libby books on a Kindle.
Oh,
when you see all of these videos about people putting their Libby books on Kindles, they're Americans. Americans Libby books can go on Kindles, but UK Libby books can't. They can go on like every other kind of e-reader, but not a Kindle. So when I borrow books in the library, I have to read on my iPad or my phone, and like my iPad is ridiculously heavy. And my phone is ridiculously tiny.
Yeah.
And it's irritating.
Oh, that's annoying.
But for regular ebook reading, it's good.
On my phone, but I think I'm just used to it now.
That's fair. I always get judged on the commute into work if I'm reading on my phone. Like, you can see the old men side-eyeing everyone on their phones, and I'm like, I'm not on social media, I am reading a book.
You need one of those t-shirts that says, I'm reading on my phone. Deal.
Yeah.
I do quite like reading on my phone or my Kindle on my commute, though, because then people don't know what I'm reading. Because they do read over my shoulder on the train. Like, the commute into London, you have to be careful what you're reading, because I have had people like tap me on the shoulder to ask me how the book is, ask me what the book's about, ask me if the book's any good. I've literally had the person next to me going like, so
wow. Like, if I see someone
smutty, go for it.
No.
Like, if I see someone reading a book on a train or whatever, I'm usually curious to like try and see what the book cover is, just because I'm always interested in just what they're reading. But I'm never gonna try and like peer over their shoulder.
No.
It happens every time I read on the train. Every time.
God.
I think people just have nothing better to do on their commute in the morning.
God.
Clearly they need their own book.
Yeah.
The cat drop, yes. She has the bed on top of the bookshelf. Oh yeah, this is your first time seeing that, Sabrina.
Yeah.
This is normal for me. She has her crate lives on top of the bookshelves because she likes to be up high. So she jumps from my desk to the top of the bookshelf and gets in her crate to sleep. But sometimes she's just doing it for attention. as she was just now. I forget that it freaks people out the first time she does it.
Where's the cat going?
I have to leave a patch of my desk clear for her launch pad. Otherwise, she'll like keep backing up into stuff and looking at me like, I can't, there's no launch pad for me. So we have to keep it clear so she can jump up and down.
Brilliant.
She's a character. One, I can't get straight. One plenty of smart reading poker faces on the commute. See, I think my poker face is fine. It's just people genuinely read over my shoulder.
Oh no, this face gives everything away. I've read some stuff on the bus and sat there blushing, full red face. It's like, oh my god,
Oh no, I'm lucky I don't do that with smutty books, to be fair. Luna is too nervous to climb the bookshelf. She has ventured up a few shelves but isn't as brave as Maggie.
Aww.
Maggie loves being up high. She has a shelf as well, over on the wall, that is, instead of, she used to have a cat tree and she only used the top level of the cat tree. I was like, well, I'm not going to use up valuable floor space for a cat tree she's basically not using. So we got rid of it and drilled a shelf into the wall of the bed, and she loves it. So
yeah.
She likes being high up. And hello, welcome in, Anik. Nice to see you again. Shall we spin for another sprint to see how long we're going for this time? Okay, let me get that up. Okay, let's see.
Nice.
Same again. Not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have to change the timer, so that's helpful. Ooh, I don't mean to do that. Right, let's see what I will be doing in this sprint. Will spinny wheel continue to be a hater? If it spins chores again, we know what a day is going to be for me. It seems to like picking one and sticking with it. Oh,
looks like writing.
Go.
Oh,
yeah.
Spinny wheel continues to refuse to allow me to read. I think I need to start a tally of how often it actually lands on reading, because it's pretty rare. But let me get a timer ready. Go 30 minutes and I'll be writing, and I'll let you know what I decide to write. Afterwards.
Please do.
Here we go. Timer ready. And we'll see you all back here in 30 minutes.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. So I was writing on that sprint, but I didn't really put any words down. I tried to kind of catch myself back up on where I was in my cozy fantasy because it's been a little while. And I wrote down some ideas of what I wanted for the next chapter, but I wasn't in the mood to actually write. So then I decided to get a big old piece of paper out and start scribbling down ideas for the other story idea that's been brewing in the back of my head. I'm hoping that if I can like scribble down the ideas for that, it will then dissipate and let me actually go back to writing the one I should be writing. So that's what I did in my 30 minutes. What did you guys get up to?
I went and got lunch, so I didn't read that much. My stomach was rumbling, so I was like, it's early lunchtime. So I made a cheese toasty because I have absolutely nothing in. So I was like, cheese and bread are the two things that I have.
A nice medieval meal.
A toasty it is. And then I think I read like 10 pages or something. So we've finished with literally this much of the chapter left. So I'm just like, she's like, can I try and just casually read while you're talking? I might try to.
Mood, do it. I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, I think I read like 17 pages, but then I also put some washing on because it's got really sunny and I have solar panels, so I was like, I should do this while the solar will wash my washing for me.
That's a good shout.
So
I feel like I'd forget that if I had solar panels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I don't have like a battery to store the energy, so if I don't use it, it just goes back to the grid, which is good because then they pay me a sort of nominal amount for the energy that goes back for other people to use.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool that like any solar energy that I don't use, somebody else can use to like boil their kettle. But yeah, I thought I'd do it now, but I might have to move because I don't know when it starts to spin, it might be loud.
I've managed to read about 30 odd pages again. Husband's just got back from dropping the eldest back off at school, and I think my youngest is about to surface upstairs. It's very lazy in this house.
That's the best way. It's a Sunday.
Oh, totally.
Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice because the boyfriend had training today, so he was getting up anyway, and so that means I'm getting up.
Yeah.
But I generally like struggle to sleep more than 8 hours these days. My body just doesn't let me do it anymore. As a teenager, I was fully midday is the time to wake up on a Sunday person, but now it's like, nope, you've had 8 hours, get up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that as well. Like, I had a really, really busy week at work last week. It was really intense. And so I've been wanting to kind of slide my sleep schedule so that I go to bed a bit earlier and I get up a bit earlier because sometimes I like to run in the mornings and stuff. And with it being spring and it being lighter now, I'm like, it's nice to just be up a bit earlier. And apparently the answer was just exhaust yourself so that you like come home from work and stuff and then just like get into bed and end up going to bed at like 10:30 or 11. So I've been waking up at like 7 and half 7 because my body's like, you have had 8 hours. It's time to get up. So yeah, who knew that the answer was just go to bed early? I mean, I knew, but apparently putting it into practice was harder than I thought.
I've been doing that gradually, like over the last few months, shifting it back slightly, and now I get up between 7 and 7:30 on a work day, and that feels like a victory. And yet so many people I know are still like, I get up at 6 a.m. and I'm like, okay, calm down.
Good for you.
Good for you. I don't need to.
No.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't just go to bed earlier because then I just lie awake for 4 hours. Like I can't do that. So I feel like every now and again I just have to do a hard reset where I just have to do something that exhausts me, or I think my most recent hard reset was the Oscars because I stayed up till 4 a.m. watching the Oscars and then was in work the next day, so my alarm went off at 7. So I went to bed at 4 and then woke up at 7, and then I think I went to bed that night at like 9 o'clock. And it was great. That was the hard reset I needed. So this is what I do to myself. I do an almost all-nighter, so I'm like in work pulling myself through. But then it means that I reset my sleeping schedule. So
that's impressive.
Oh yeah, I'm impressed. I mean, I'm a 10 to 12 hour sleeper. You know, doesn't matter when
My
I go to
boyfriend
bed, I
is.
need 12 hours.
literally our routine is that I usually, if he's not got training, I will wake up between like 8 and 9 usually, and I will then wake him up at like 11 and be like, right, I'm bored, get up. Like, I'm done now. I don't want to feel my own anymore. Like when I used to live alone, I used to get up and like spend 2 hours reading and then go and wake him up, and that was the routine. And now we're doing that while he lives with us on the weekends. So I can't do it. I'm not a long sleeper.
Yeah, I can't sleep past like 9 these days. I can't do it.
It's easy.
Teach me.
But we don't have kids. I feel
Yeah.
like that part probably adds to the need to sleep more.
Absolutely.
Managed 75 pages again. 4 left, so still reading. Very fair. Don't blame me for that one. Anik is reading The Duke Gets Desperate by, is that Diana Quincy, or I don't know. Very close to finishing it. It's a historical romance. Wow, nice. Did trash and dishes. Finished the book. Good.
Yay!
Well done. Up at 7 due to kitten shenanigans. I will admit, having Maggie as a kitten has made me very firm on the next cat we get as a rescue is going to be an adult.
Yeah.
It was like having a child for a few months.
Mhm.
Oh God, yeah.
Was awake before 6.
Oh,
Fun.
Got to about chapter 13 of Wayward. That's good. Making good progress and put washing on for work clothes. Nice.
I should probably do that.
Plan to rescue an older cat. That's not what happened. Yeah, same. I was gonna, when I moved out, I was gonna get an older rescue cat, but then a family friend's cat had some oopsie babies right before it was supposed to get spayed, and I got one, which is Maggie, and we hadn't had a kitten in a really, really long time, and like when we'd had a kitten before, it was like the family kitten, so everybody was responsible, whereas this was my baby, and that was rough. She spent the first couple of nights in my room, and then her bedroom became the bathroom because I could not cope with her waking me up every like 2 hours to play.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what a partner is for: entertain you and get rid of the boredom. 100%. 14-year-old cat still wakes me up at all hours.
Yeah, I have to say my mums are a bit like that. My mum's got 3 cats, and they're all probably, the youngest now is like 3. Oldest is about 7, I think. And yeah, they're the same. Like they still are just absolutely insane.
My parents' cat wakes my dad up every night at 4 or 5 a.m. to be let out. Because she won't use the cat flap. Maggie will use a cat flap. She's great. She uses a cat flap, she's off, she's out. My parents' one won't, and so she will wake my dad up. My dad is a very light sleeper, so that's why she goes to my dad.
Right.
And so she wakes him up pretty much every night between 4 and 5 a.m. if she's not already out to be let out. And I'm glad that's not me. I'm pretty sure she's probably tried it because this weekend Tom and I have been here by ourselves. My parents have been away. I'm pretty sure she's probably tried to wake us up for that, but we would not wake up for that. Like, we're heavier sleepers than that. More chaotic than when they were kittens at almost 10 years old. Oh my god. Maggie's definitely chilled out. She had far too much energy as a kitten. Now she just doesn't really like playing. But she's a lot more demanding. She always wants cuddles. Like, she'll just sit there shouting at me because she will only be fussed on the floor. So she wants me to sit on the floor to fuss her constantly. And I'm like, but I am at my desk.
You just have to get rid of the desk and just like put your computer on the floor.
This is the thing I used to do back when I was a roll out of bed and go to work person, and like only get up 5 minutes before work. At least once a week I would work from my bed for a few hours in the morning, and that was mostly so that she could like have cuddles, and she would love it, and she would like get in the bed with me and like sit with me, which she doesn't do any other time other than when I work from my bed. But I don't do that very often anymore because my back hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister keeps saying to me like, "Oh, you should get a cat. You should get a cat." But then I hear stories of friends being like, oh yeah, and then my cat woke me up at 4 a.m. and then other friends being like, and then my cat brought in something from the garden.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah, but they love you then.
I'm okay.
What you need is like an elderly rescue cat that can't go outside. Like you need a house cat.
Yeah.
That is never going to go outside. So he doesn't like, because Maggie barely goes outside because we spent like almost her first year living in a flat with no outside space. So she doesn't really go outside. So she doesn't like bring anything home to me or anything like that. She just like nips out for 5 minutes, comes back. And if you get like an elderly cat, they're a little bit less able to cause chaos as they get older. So that might help. Also, if you just get them used to not being able to go into your room at night, that can help. Because like my sister's cats, she was very adamant from day one that like they don't play with their hands with them, and they don't go into their bedroom at night, and they're pretty good now. The cats don't bother them in the night.
Yeah, I've heard people say that if they sort of set a rule and kind of lock them out, then like they stay downstairs or they sleep downstairs. But then I know other friends who, if they lock the cats out, they will just like scream at the door until they let them in.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Yeah, that's what my mum do.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, Winnie's
Maggie
so
and I are
bad.
too codependent for that.
if I was gonna get a pet, I would love like a house rabbit. I follow someone on Instagram who has this beautiful little grey bunny, and he's clearly a little house bunny, and he's so adorable. And I love rabbits, and we did have a rabbit when I was a kid. But I'm also just like, I don't know how I'd go about training them. I'm
Yeah.
also like in the office some days, and then if I was away on weekends visiting friends, like it's an extra sort of responsibility, and you always have to sort of put them first.
Yeah.
We used to bring ours down to the beach. So we'd go,
Aw.
the in-laws would rent a cottage for 2 weeks. And so the rabbit would come with us, and there was a balcony in there. So we'd bring a little rabbit run that we had, and we'd put a towel over it so she had shade. So she was allowed to run about in there. And then the last day, she'd come down to the beach. So we'd peg her little rabbit run outside on the sand, make sure she had cover over her, and people walk by and go, oh my god, what's in there? And it's like, it's a rabbit. It's like, wow. So, we took our rabbit on holiday.
I know people who take them out on leads. Like some people take house cats out on leads. I know people who take their rabbits out to like the woods on a lead.
She laid down and just let us drag her across the floor. She was not impressed with it at all. Like, fine, just run around the house then. But you do have to watch your books. She did like eating our books on the floor.
Yeah, someone did say they chew everything. Books and wires are in danger.
Yeah, we lost a few television cables as well.
You can get those like covers, can't you, to protect them? That are supposed to be quite good.
They were bought very quickly.
But Maggie was a wire chewer in the early days, but I managed to like get that out of her. Yeah, I feel like every pet has its own pros and cons. And the problem is, if you don't just have like a cat or a dog, it then becomes more difficult to get people to look after them, because people are like, I don't know how to look after a rabbit. You know? So you have to, like, if you're going to get an unusual pet, you sort of need to know that you've got someone who's going to be willing to look after it. Because like we know someone who has a pet pig. And they didn't think about this until afterwards. They have a whole little mini farm going on. They have chickens, they have goats, they have a pig. But luckily, it's one of my boyfriend's neighbours. But luckily, his brother and the brother's girlfriend are very willing to become pretend farmers for while they go on holiday. But they were like, yeah, we didn't really think about what would happen when we go away, and like how to find someone to look after our literal mini farm and house pig.
Oh.
Brilliant.
I love pigs. If someone was like, can you look after my micro pig for a week? I would be like,
oh my God.
Yes, sign me up.
Pablo is really cute. He knows his name. He plays fetch. He's really sweet. But I think he's a lot to look after, to be honest, because he's heavy, and he thinks like, because obviously they start off tiny, and so people would like cuddle him a lot, and now he's like the size of a medium-sized dog, and he's very heavy. So yeah, we don't look after him. I have pets with human names. All my cats have human names. Yeah, Maggie's. I don't remember why I picked Maggie. I just liked it. I was the first one to name a kitten out of her litter. There were 8 kittens in the litter, and the others were all known by like their markings. And I named her Maggie like pretty quickly.
Yeah. Ours, my mum's is called Flynn because we were just like trying to come up with nerdy names. And he's named after Flynn Rider.
Of course he is.
I was hoping that was going to be where it came from.
Yeah. And then we then have Roma, who that was his name from his foster, because she was an Italian lady. So she named all of the cats Italian names. So his name's Roma. And then we got another one called Mia, and I don't know why her name is Mia, but it kind of carries on that Italian sounding thing, which is quite nice.
In
like
my
Roma...
head, I'm going to pretend it's from Princess Diaries.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I feel like Flynn, Roma, and Mia are pretty cute names.
Those do go well together.
Yeah.
We made my mum pick a different kind of name for their second dog now, because my sister got 2 cats together and called them Bonnie and Benji. Then my parents got a dog not long after and called it Bailey, and then got a cat and called it Bluebell. And we were like, this is too many on a theme. So we made them, like, my sister got a dog and was like, well, I can't do the bees again, because she wanted to have all of hers be bees, but she's like, it's just weird now if I do it. So she called him Charlie. And then my parents got another dog, and she was called Hetty by the foster, but they didn't like Hetty for some reason, so they changed it to Letty after a Fast and Furious character, I think they said.
Right.
I don't know. I don't watch
That is
the movies,
a Fast and Furious character.
Okay.
Funny though.
I don't know why they thought Letty was better than Hetty, but here we are.
That's nice.
Me and my sister really wanted to get a cat when we lived together and call it Moriarty. We were just like, Moriarty is such a good cat name.
That's really cute. You can go like Mori is a short.
Yeah, I can imagine like
so
a little
cute.
black cat or something called Moriarty, just like slinking around the shadows.
I feel like a tuxedo cat needs to be called Moriarty.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Zelda and Link are cute names. They're very cute.
Amazing names.
I dread when we get a second cat after we move out, because Tom gets to name the second cat because I named Maggie. I am going to use veto powers because I just don't trust him. We're going to get some anime name and I'm like, no, I'm not taking the cat to the vet, and it's called that.
Yeah.
Oh, our vet loved our cats' names. Ours were both named after Jedi Masters. So
What are they called?
Kit Fisto, who's no longer with us, and Quinlan Voss.
That's
who's my
nice.
little baby. Yeah. So obscure Jedi Masters that only people who've actually read like comics and know a bit more of the lore would actually know who they are.
Nice.
My sister also wants to name one Oberon, which is just that would be
Nice.
so cute.
I think that's
Amazing.
cute.
That's a great name.
Yeah.
I told my friends I adopted an older cat called Paula. They said, oh, you're going to change your name, right? And I said, absolutely. But when I got her, I was like, absolutely not. She's a Paula. I do like that. I am a big fan of human names for pets.
Yeah.
I really like it, unless it's like a cute reference. Also, love for the Totoro mug. It was very cute.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, working on the camera here. There we go.
Nice.
Yes,
I like it a lot. Are you ready for another sprint?
Yeah.
Well, I might have to leave you guys because, as I say, the household has risen.
That's very fair.
So enjoy the next sprint. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Will do. Take care. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Right. Let's spin for a sprint. There's so many button presses on this to share.
Watch, it'll be 30 again.
Oh,
Ah,
nice.
The wheel is being nice to us today.
yeah.
40
Prove me
minutes.
wrong.
I know, heard you and it was like, bet.
Oh,
It's
my
like
dear.
whenever I used to pray that it would give me reading, and it was like, I hear you, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
What are you
let's see
hoping
what
for now?
I'll
Do you
be
want to
doing.
carry on writing or do you want reading? Like what do you want?
I don't mind, to be honest. I'm in a kind of whatever happens vibe, to be
Cool.
honest. Like I'm quite flexible today. I used to really hate when it landed on writing, but I'm not as bothered these days, which is good because that's what I'll be doing.
No, it's not going to get you reading again today, is it?
It never does. It doesn't matter how many times it's like equal. It never picks reading.
Like, you could do it with the tiniest little portion of it is something that isn't reading, and the rest of it is all reading, and it'll still land on that tiny, tiny portion.
Literally. But Tom and I play this card game, and okay, it's a Harry Potter card game. I need to say that for context. We bought it pre J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
We do not endorse this game, but we still play it because it's a fun game, and we have to like we like to roll for a random house, because it makes it more fun if you don't pick your own house. Otherwise, we'd play the same game every time.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, it always lands on Slytherin as the first one, every single time, and we're like, how are you always picking the same result? So I think the spinny wheels just hate us and don't like variety. Can you chill for 2 seconds? Okay, I'm gonna get this timer on the screen because someone is demanding that I sit on the floor and give her cuddles. But once we are settled, I will then start writing. But yeah, see you all in 40 minutes.
Bye.
See you then.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, there we go.
Got her in the end.
So yeah, it seemed to not want to do the what I wanted it to do. I will admit, I didn't get as much writing related stuff done as I wanted to. My big old piece of paper still goes short. You can't see it because I've written on it in pencil, but trust me, there's things. But I did get some more ideas down and start to think through more about this idea. Unfortunately, it is making me just want to write it, but hopefully it will wear out eventually. But my parents came home from their holiday, so I chatted to them, and my mum offloaded some chocolate on me, so that's why my camera was off for a while. But yeah, I think this idea is starting to take shape, and I'm quite happy about it. The only annoying thing is it feels more coherent than my current whip.
Oh no.
Like it feels more like if I started writing this, I'd know where I was going than I do with my other one. I feel like I know the voice of this one a lot better than I know the voice of the other one.
Right.
But I almost want these to be set in the same world. And so I want to write the other one first and then this one, because it makes more sense to do it that way around. Because my idea for like this world that I've created for the current whip is that I want to write like they meet someone in the book, the first book, and then that character gets the next book, kind of like in the Wayfarer series, where like there's a minor character in one book is then the main character of the next book. That's kind of what I want to do, where they're like interconnected. And having this character be the first book, just I think it would become too complicated. So I really need to write the other one first, so that I don't overcomplicate trying to write one for myself. But the heart wants what it wants. How did you guys get on in that sprint?
Hang on, let me have a look. I don't know where I started.
Are you still in the same book?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I was here. I did mental maths. 77 pages.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Usually you're quite close to the end.
Usually I kind of aim for like the same number of, I think we've said this before, Kate, we sort of aim for the same number of pages as there are minutes in the sprint.
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
But this one is like super
You definitely read more.
Yeah, this one is super quick. Like I can almost scan it and take it in. Like it's really quick to read. So I've got maybe 60 something pages left till the end. So I can definitely finish it today.
Nice. How about you, Kate?
Yeah, I made some lunch. So I listened to some of my audiobook while I was doing that. I think I listened to about 15 or 20 minutes. The problem is my audiobook is better than my physical book. So I was like, I need to stop listening to that and I need to read some of this, but I didn't want to. But I'm listening to Iris Kelly Doesn't Date. And it's very fun. We're at the sort of the stage where things are kind of getting into the meat of the story. But I turned it off, and so I listened to probably about 20 minutes of that, but on 2 times speed, so like 10 minutes. And I think I read about 10 pages of this. I keep being like, why am I reading it so slowly? And it's because like when there's not dialogue, it's just like walls and walls of narrative. So yeah. But it's fine. Like I'm pretty much halfway through it now. So if I can read a little bit more today, then I only need to read, I don't know, like maybe 30 pages a night to get it finished. And the book club's really chilled. So if you don't finish the book, nobody's like, you're not allowed to come back. So it will be fine. But I prefer to have it finished so that like if there were multiple people that finished it and we want to talk about spoilers, then we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get annoyed at our book club. Annoyingly, Sabrina's left, but she is also in the same book club, and I think she gets the same frustration as me, where there's certain people in our book club where if they haven't finished the book, they like demand we don't talk about spoilers. And one of the times they did that was when we read Everybody in My Family Has Killed Someone, which is a thriller and like a mystery at the same time. And so you could not talk about it because everything we wanted to talk about was a spoiler because it was all the plot twists we want to talk about. We were like, well, this sucks.
God.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an unreasonable ask because it's up to you to finish the book in time. So you
Yeah.
can't then, if you didn't, ask other people not to talk about things they want to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of the unwritten rule of a book club. If you show up, you're going to get spoiled.
Yeah.
Got distracted by WhatsApp, but did get 20 pages in. Well done. Anik finished The Duke Gets Desperate. Highly recommend if you enjoy historical romance. Nice. Did the laundry and changed my sheets. Always exhausting. Mood. And scrubbed my phone. Nice. Read the first chapter of a book I was kind of dreading to start. Share with us the book if you wish. I'd love to know why you were dreading it as well.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
I get that sometimes though when it's just like a book that's really hyped.
Yeah.
So I get that. Really like to get 25% through Wayward today at 17, so that feels doable. It does, considering like how much you've already read so far.
You got this.
I think it's pretty good.
Still
And
possible.
Morgan finished their book. Congrats.
Nice.
If you need any help picking your next one, let us know in the chat. We love to be opinionated about what to pick. I've not actually read that much this month, to be honest. Like it just, I'm struggling.
Yeah, see, my whole month has just been this chaos of Kate, at the beginning I was saying that I've had 3 Instagram tours this month, and
That's luck.
for all of the books I didn't finish them. I kind of, because they were all so close together, I read enough of them to be able to know enough to review them and to kind of get an opinion of them. And I like them all, like all of them. I've been like really excited to finish reading. I just haven't had the time to. So I've now got 3 books that I'm like 3/4 of the way through, or like 2/3 the way through. So this is now my mission for the rest of this month is just like finish all these books that I have half read.
It's good though, because sometimes when you go back to a book that you've already started, you're like, oh yes, there's not as much to read.
Yeah, and I am like, I do really want to see what happens in all of them. There's none of them that I'm just like, I have to feel like I have to push my way through. Like I'm excited to pick them back up again. So
I did that once where I did that once where at the end of a month I'd like started a few different books, and then like the final week of a month I finished like 5, and it was so satisfying getting to update like Storygraph, reading a spreadsheet, all of that stuff.
So I'm hoping that's what mine's going to be like. I can just tick them all off.
Nice. Next sprint we'll read some Winter's Orbit. Very nice. I'm really excited to read that. I've heard it's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, we get to choose for Anik. The Familiar by Lee Bardugo or A Drop of Venom by Sajni Patel. My vote is for The Familiar because I want to see Anik's review for that. Thoughts? Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm interested in that book too, so I'm going to say yes.
My vote is also for The Familiar, just because it's just come out and everyone's really excited.
I feel like it's the hype of the moment. Maybe like
yeah. I am no longer able to make the event on Friday, the Lee Bardugo event in London. So I really want to hear what other people think of this book, because that was going to be my chance to hear about it. So I'm very much like, yes, please read the book for me. Tell me how excited I should be for this book. I have not heard of Grace Curtis, but Wayfarer style books is 100% what I need.
Good timing.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of people reading that.
Yeah,
recently.
This was one of the ones I was on the tour for. So I've read like half of it. It's absolutely perfect for me because one of my favorite films is The Grand Budapest Hotel, and even like the publisher describes this as the Grand Budapest Hotel in space. So I'm cool. Like, yes. So yeah, good timing on that comment because it's literally next to me to finish reading this month. Very much recommend. It is definitely giving me like Becky Chambers vibes, where it's just character driven space stuff. It's just stuff happening in space, but like mysteries about what's happening with the owner of like this sort of super rich hotel in space.
It has been added to my wish list, so I don't forget about it. I don't think I have enough points right now on my book buying ban to buy new books, but it is on there for when I do.
Yeah, cool.
I'm in the middle of 4, I think, and still want to start others. That's very fair. Yes, hype for the Floating Hotel. Nice. I've never heard of this. I'm quite surprised. And yes, more love for Anik's reviews.
Yeah, and it's queer as well, which obviously makes it better. So like,
yes,
yeah.
I'm always quite happy
I'm
these days,
seeing
but
it
like
everywhere.
I don't intentionally look for like, oh, I need to read more queer books anymore, because like I look at my stats every month, and unintentionally, I think at least half of the books I read have some kind of queer rep in them.
Yeah.
And this is so nice that I don't have to actively be like, oh, I need to read more queer rep, because so many of the books on my TBR just have it now. Whereas
also
like 5-10 years ago, I had to be like, oh, I've not read a gay book in a while. Like, I need one.
I also found this the other day where I needed a male name for a character when I was writing, and I was just like, right, I'm just going to look at my shelves and see what male names are on my shelves. And I was looking at my shelves, and literally entirely female. Like, all of my shelves are just female authors, and I was like, oh my god, I can count the number of male books that I have on my shelves. Like,
I wish I could say that, but I'm not in that camp yet. But I think most of mine, to be fair, are still like queer men.
yeah.
There's not a lot of straight white men on my shelves.
Yeah.
Then Neil Gaiman, he's probably the most represented straight white man on my shelves.
Yeah, mine are very women heavy as well.
Yeah.
I think the more I read romance as well, the more it skews towards women. Like when I used to read more fantasy, I mean, to be fair, even when I read fantasy, I didn't read a lot of male fantasy books. But like, I think I tend to find one male author that I love their writing, and I have a lot. Like Andy Weir. I will read all of his books that come out, other than Artemis, which sucked. Neil Gaiman. I don't know. Dean Atter. I love Dean Atter's writing.
Yes.
I like Jamie Littler for middle grade. Love it.
Yeah, I think it's just because so many of my bookshelves are still quite like contemporary YA. So that skews very much like women authors as well.
Yeah, it's very true. I have lost my place in the comments. Here we go. Oh, I want to start on either The Game or Celestial Beings, a graphic novel on Kindle Unlimited, or In the Tall Grass by Stephen King.
I don't know any of them really, but Celestial Beings sounds very cool.
Yeah, I say, and graphic novel. Yeah, sounds like a vibe.
And a quick read as well. It could be one that you can get read quite quickly if it's a graphic novel.
It's just a nice title as well.
Yeah, I like it a lot. So this is, I think, about the Floating Hotel.
Yeah.
Each chapter's from a different perspective. That's quite cool. I quite like that about the Wayfarers books, in that it did switch between different perspectives, but it wasn't. I don't like books when they strictly stick to swapping between, or like going through like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or like in romance books where every other chapter has to switch. I like it when they're a bit more flexible with it, and they like change as is necessary. I find that's more common in like fantasy and sci-fi.
Yeah, I love, there's this bit as well in Floating Hotel where I don't know why, it made me laugh so much, and this was a bit where I was like, I love this book, it's great, where all the crew on the ship like meet once a month, I think, for ship film club. And I was like, this is so good. Like they don't watch films very much because they can't get them distributed to them in space. So they just have these, like, they find random films, just like canisters just in the back of storage cupboards and stuff. And whatever shit film it is, they all just like put it on and call it Shit Film Club. I'm like, this is so great. This is what's made me love this book.
That does sound really fun. I love a sci-fi that doesn't take itself too seriously. Because I think that's what I struggle with a lot of male sci-fi authors and a lot of hard sci-fi, is it just takes itself too seriously. And I'm like, no, I want the fun, I want the shenanigans, I want people being people in space. I want people to just be themselves. And like, I love that about certain books where they just kind of are a bit more chill about the whole sci-fi thing. And like, we're in space, but also that guy on the table next to me is really cute. Like, just be honest. I think that's why I struggle with a lot of historical fiction as well, is I find some historical fiction authors also take it a bit too seriously, and the humans aren't very human in it. And I'm like, I just want to see people being people. That's why I loved is it Lovely Boar by Julie Berry? that was really lovely because they are just like being people and making mistakes, and
Yeah.
it's not chill because it's set in a war, but you know, it's
Yeah.
people being people.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about reading that at some point because I've seen a lot of people seem to really like it.
I loved it. Loved it. I think you would really like it. It's really lovely. It's for people that don't know what Lovely War is. It is a historical fiction book set in World War One, I think. And it follows 4 different characters, and it's like their love stories told from the perspective of a Greek god. I can't remember if it's Aphrodite or Persephone. I think it's one of those two.
Yeah.
And then there's also some of the other gods come in at different points to narrate different sections for reasons. But yeah, it's basically like these 4 people and their love stories and how they're all interconnected through the war, and it's just really beautiful.
Nice.
It is a really beautiful read. It's really like emotional.
Mm.
So I highly recommend it.
It sounds really good.
There's one. I just don't pick up books by men. I don't really have any interest in what they have to say. I feel like for a lot of male authors, that's very valid.
Yeah.
For sure. I find some of them as well, they just, if there's a male author and a male editor, certain things get through that just shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when I bought this, I was like, oh, it's by a man. Because I think what you were saying about contemporary YA skewing female is true, but I think I also just have a lot of adult books because I read
Yeah.
far more adult books these days.
Mhm.
And I just have a lot of adult books by women and
Yeah.
non-binary people. So anytime I buy one by a man, I'm like, oh, hello, what are you doing here?
I find a lot of the time male authors just aren't writing what a lot of women are interested in.
Yeah.
Like a lot of male authors that I like, especially like the big name male authors, a lot of them are a lot more hard sci-fi or super high fantasy or intense like gritty crime
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And most of the women I know either want to read a thinky book that's like literary fiction, stuff like that, or they want to read some romance, or and you just don't tend to get a lot of men writing that. Like some like an example of someone who does would be, you have like Brandon Sanderson, who writes quite accessible fantasy for adults, and like Matt Haig, who writes literary fiction that a lot of women really enjoy. But I think like the vast majority of male authors tend to write these more like male leaning books, from what I've seen anyway.
Yeah.
That is an issue we have in our in-person book club. There's quite often a divide in the room of who's voting on what books.
Right.
Yeah, we have more
like
women,
sometimes
just 2 those picked.
Oh, do you?
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, I think sometimes as well, women want to read books where the characters are reflective of their real life experiences and they feel understood. And sometimes men don't write women characters very well.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm yet to experience a book though where I've had like a men writing women book IRL, you know? You see like there's like the Reddit subreddit and the meme of stuff of like men writing women where it's like really bizarre things that they think is true about women and it's not. I haven't had that in real life yet, but I definitely had books with that kind of vibe. Or where like the female characters largely feel irrelevant to the story, and then you're like, this is not fun.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have a look quickly at my reading back, like my spreadsheet for this year. I think I read Riley Sager, which was definitely problematic writing of women. Travis Baldry, that was good.
Yeah.
Oh, he's good. Yeah.
Brian K. Vaughan from the Saga series was good.
Need to read that.
You do, it's so good. Very gay. Percival Everett was good. He's a literary fiction author. The one that I read from him was good. But then I think pretty much the rest of the books, I don't think there's another man in the list.
I know. I'm just gonna
scanning through. Oh, Jamie Littler. I read a what's it called? Frostart book at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I think the rest of it is like Becky Chambers, Lissa K. Adams, Elsie Silver. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I looked at mine, it would be a lot of women and non-binary people.
So
Yeah,
I
I
have.
stopped
I just-
tracking gender, because I was like, I stopped
I just-
tracking gender because I was like, I don't care anymore because it clearly is skewed one way.
I don't think I've ever tracked it, but I think just the books that I want to read and I'm interested in are just written by women and non-binary people. Maybe
Yeah.
they're just writing stuff that is more the kind of things that I read the blurb and go, ooh, sounds good.
I've got I do have quite a few actually. I say that all my shelves are women, but so I read Clara and the Sun, so Kazuo Ishiguro, and then Welcome to Night Vale, which was 2 men. I reread Challenger Deep, so Neil Shusterman. I read The Frequency of Us, who's by Keith Stewart. See You in the Cosmos, who's Jack Cheng. Legends and Latte. So I've read quite a few men this year. I think the rest are all women. So those are all the men I've read this year.
I would like to see more traditional style romances written by men as well, though, because I feel like there is a bit of a gap in the market at the moment where it's all very like female dominated authors. It would be nice, but we just need like the right kind of writer to be doing it so it doesn't become a misogynistic mess, because I have seen some men in the indie space writing romances, and having like scanned some of those books, they are very like problematic. But it would be really nice to have like more diversity in the romance author space, because it is a lot of like, especially a lot of white women.
Yeah.
But
I think there's quite a lot of queer men writing or starting to write adult romance now.
yeah,
as
that's
well.
growing for sure.
Yeah.
Shall we spin for another sprint?
Yeah.
Let's see how long this one will be.
I think I can move back downstairs now because my washing, I can hear that it's finished.
Nice. Ooh, a long one.
Nice. I can probably finish my book in that time, so that's very cool.
Yeah, based on your pace so far.
Yeah. I've got like 60 something pages, so I can do that. Challenge accepted.
This is quite nice because I remember there was one time I hosted sprints and it just kept landing on short.
Yeah.
And we were getting really frustrated because we couldn't get anything done.
Kept doing like 20-minute sprints. We were like, we can't do anything in that time.
Let's see what I'll be doing in this sprint.
Wow.
Spinning wheels still hate it. It just I got one sprint where it didn't pick writing. And then it was like, we're back.
Oh my god.
Someone did say to me I should just start taking them off so that the chance of that coming back again decreases. But
just start skewing it yourself.
I don't need to not do writing, if you get what I mean. Like well, to be fair, I do really need to catch up on my book club book, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. But like I don't need to like do chores right now. I've got the rest of the day, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. Let me get the timer up and we can get going. We'll see you all in 40 minutes.
See you then.
Welcome back. Let us know in the chat how you got on. I spent that sprint stressing about the layout of this person's home. They're a traveling merchant, and I want them to have like this really cozy cart they travel in, and trying to figure out where I want everything in the cart, and also having to remind myself that it's a typical kind of like medieval-ish style fantasy, so there's no indoor plumbing and stuff. So then trying to figure out where would she store things. I don't know why my brain thinks this is the important part of this, but it's what we're working on. So I've been like googling lots of like fantasy merchant carts to see what like other designs and layouts people have done, and like mashing together what I liked and didn't like. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. How did you guys get on?
I finished it.
Nice. What's the rating?
Probably a 4.
Solid.
Yeah, it's good. There's just some bits I was just kind of like, I felt like I was kind of quickly scanning over. Like there's a couple of bits where like the main character is a LARPer, and he kind of goes to, like, these LARP sort of like this big campaign that he's doing, and I didn't really care very much about it. Like it was kind of talking about this whole story about sort of what they're doing in character in this whole LARP campaign, and I was kind of like, I don't really care. Like I'm like this a lot when I think it's because he meets sort of the love interest through this. So like he meets this guy in kind of as a character, and then doesn't realize for a little while that he's the character. So like in real life he's just like, wait, you're this guy that I didn't even know, because he's got like a mask and stuff on. Like so it's kind of important because he meets him through that. But I find with some books when I always think of like Fangirl, where I skipped over all of the what's it called, the
fan fiction.
Yeah.
Same.
I skipped over all of that because I was like, I don't care. Like I just skipped those whole bits. So which is why I've never read the what's it called? Carry On. That's it. I've never read Carry On because I'm just like, if I skipped over the fan fiction, I didn't care about it. I've never been interested in reading Carry On. So it's things like that. I'm kind of like, there's this whole bit about whether they're like in character in this LARP, and I'm just like, I don't really care. So I was skipping that. So yeah, there's like things like that why it's not like perfect, but yeah, it was great. And like there's so much rep. One of the characters comes out as aromantic like towards the end, so I was just like, oh my god, yes, this is amazing. And you've got like a non-binary love interest, and the main character, like they say that they're pansexual, and the main character's just like, I don't even really know what that means, and they explain it, and then they're just like, oh wait, cool, that's me.
That's
like,
cute.
There's so much rep. Like it's really cool. Like it's like really, I don't think there's many straight characters in it, which is is great. So yeah, in terms of all that, it's great.
Nice. It sounds good.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a super quick, light-hearted book as well. Like it kind of covers some stuff a little bit tougher, but it does it in like a really light-hearted way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sounds good.
How did you get on, Kate? Did you read any more of your book that you didn't want to read?
Yeah, I did. I hung my washing, and I folded some other washing that I had. And then I realized that I hadn't hoovered my living room this weekend, so I was like, I can do that. So just doing a few housework things, procrastinating on reading the book. I did listen to like another 10 or 15 minutes of my audiobook while I was sorting my washing, and it's just so much better. But yeah, I got to 152, so I think I read like 12 pages or something. Things are happening. Like it's not as slow as it was at the beginning. I'm just not particularly invested in most of the characters, or like I like them, but there's not really much of a hook or a pull in the writing style.
Right.
Yeah. What genre is it?
Right, hopefully we can finish it for Thursday.
Yeah.
Nice.
So what genre? It's historical fiction,
Okay.
which I like. I enjoy historical fiction, but I just yeah, I don't think this is particularly compelling in the way that it's written. And there's like when so the main character basically joins a theatre, and when they're performing and that's sort of being described and things are happening and it's sort of the drama of being on stage, that's good. And then when there's some action scenes and stuff, that's good. But I think I think this is the author's, I don't know, actually, maybe it's not his debut novel. No, it's not. But the links between those action scenes just feel very slow, and there's some parts where things are described in so much detail that it becomes a bit superfluous at times. So I think if that were changed slightly, then it would be a bit more exciting, perhaps.
Yeah, makes sense.
But it's okay, it's not the worst book I've ever read. It's not even the worst book I've read this year, so we'll finish it.
Fair. Marlene cleaned the bathroom, hung laundry, and read 12 pages of Winter's Orbit. That was a very
Nice.
productive
Productive.
sprint.
Nice.
86 pages and did cat litter. Yeah, I need to do
Fun.
that later. Read 25 pages of The Familiar, fully invested. Very good. Love to hear it. Managed to read the full graphic novel, enjoyed it, but not sure if I want to continue the series. Think
Fair.
I'm going to continue a book club read. Very fair. It's very fair at all. I find that often with graphic novels that if I don't love it, I won't continue because
Yeah.
they're more of an investment. Like the amount of time you get out per pound you pay for the book is quite low.
Mhm.
So I have to really be invested to want to continue it unless I can access it like through the library or something like that, because
And they don't,
expensive.
I feel like I love graphic novels, but I never really feel like as compelled to read an entire series of them. Like usually I can read one, and even if it's a series, I read one and I'm kind of like, that was fun. But I don't really feel like compelled to have to carry on reading the whole series, as if like, I think it's because a novel obviously has more time to suck you in and sort of to get more invested in the characters and stuff, I find. So if something ends, like if a book ends and there's a sequel, like I feel like it's more compelling to read it than it is with graphic novel series. I don't know.
Yeah, I get that. I think I found with Saga, the first book, I rated that 3 stars. And I was like, oh, I don't really get the hype. But then because it was so hyped, I was like, I'm going to give it one more volume and like see what I feel after that. And then I read another one. I was like, okay, now I'm starting to get into it more. And you just have to often read more of them to like feel that same hook, like you said with a novel, because the amount that happens in a novel, it often takes like several volumes of a graphic novel to get to that point.
But I never feel bad. Like usually if I read the first book in a series and then I never read the rest, I kind of feel bad about that. But with graphic novels, I don't. Like if I read the first one and then never read any more, I never feel bad about not reading more than the first one. I don't know why it's different to a novel, but I don't know. Maybe like you said, it is just a time investment. Like if I've read a whole first book, I feel like I should invest in the rest of the series because I've put hours into reading the first book. I don't know what it is. Maybe I need to do a survey. I need to do some research on this.
I wonder if it's also because a lot of graphic novels are standalones, and I feel like as a sort of genre or a type of book, the majority of them are standalones. But I think it depends on the series for me because, like with Fence, for example, I am always like frothing at the mouth, waiting for the next volume of that to come out, and the authors, well, the author and the illustrator are not the quickest, so there's quite big gaps between the volumes. So I'm always like, when's the next volume coming out? To the point where there was a period when myself and another friend who really likes it were like, has this series been cancelled? They're just not doing any more, and we just don't know yet. Because before the newest volume is out now, so I need to get it. But when the previous volume had come out, there had kind of been there was nothing on Goodreads about the next one. There had been no announcement, but
Oh,
the way the story had ended in volume 5, like it clearly wasn't the end of the series. Like there was no sort of conclusion,
yeah.
and there's a lot more story to tell. So with that, I'm always like really excited for the next volume, and I guess with Heartstopper as well, I'm always
Heartstopper,
quite
yeah.
excited to read that more of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I mean, it
Yeah.
also Heartstopper also helps with me that I have like 100 teenagers all flipping screaming about it. Like, I have a band of teenagers in my library who every single day are just like, "When's it coming out?" And I'm like, "I told you yesterday when it's coming out,"
So
and they still
cute.
come to me and they're like, "Is it out yet?" This like, no.
That's nice. Then.
That's really sweet. I think I'm quite lucky with Saga that that's the main one that I read, and there was a huge hiatus, like several years
Oh,
between, like, I think it was volume 11 and 12 or something. I can't remember. I can't remember what volume we're on, but I think the most recent volume was the first one after the hiatus, or maybe the one before. Um, and I think I wouldn't have coped. But I think there's supposed to be 14 like
right.
volumes of it. They're releasing it as comics, and then they get the volumes later on. And yeah, I think they said the next one will be the end of this year or the beginning of next year, and then there's going to be like one a year, and I can cope with that.
Yeah.
Especially because Saga's like really thin, so it's really quick to read through. I can probably read a volume of Saga in less than an hour if I'm just skimming through to refresh myself. But there's other ones that I've read. Like I started reading Attack on Titan,
Mm.
and that's still, when I started reading it, it was still being published. I'm not sure if it's still going. I've stopped because I got to the point where I was like, I'm gonna have to reread so much manga to catch up every time a new one comes out. I was like, no, if I ever do go back to it, I'm gonna wait until they eventually end it if it's not already ended.
I think it's finished now. I mean, maybe the anime is finished, so I assume
Yeah,
that
but
the
I
manga
think
is also finished.
I
But
think the
I'm not
manga,
sure.
like there's like a spin-off of it as well now, where there's like a different,
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I stopped keeping track of it. I think I read like 8 volumes of it, and then I realized there were 30, and I was like 16, and I couldn't afford to buy that many manga. So I'm we'll go back to it eventually, but not right now. I can't. This made me laugh. Kate, honestly, you're too strong. I would DNF so hard. We have this conversation so many times because you do
We
not
do.
DNF, and
Like
I'm a fast DNFer.
I have tried. I really genuinely tried with several books and be like, that's it, we're not coming back to it. And my brain's like, no, but you haven't finished it though. You have to go back and finish it. And like I physically like it won't, my brain will not let me not finish the book, which is quite annoying sometimes. And I'm like, just let it die. Just put it to one side, like don't think about it again. My brain's like, oh, but actually we're now going to fixate on that book that you didn't finish. So I have actually tried on multiple occasions, but with this, because it's a book club pick, then even if I did DNF, I probably wouldn't, so that I could read to the end. And then if like, because I always think like something dramatic or a really unexpected twist might happen right at the end, and if I DNF, I'd never know. And also, if I read the full thing, I'm like, I have full and complete permission to trash this if I hate it because I read the entire thing and I know that it did not, in fact, improve.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will finish it. And see what everyone else thinks next week. If anyone really loves it, I'm gonna be like, okay, discuss. Like,
Yeah.
what did you love about it? Tell me
Yeah.
because I was missing that.
I've only had that recently with Kingdom of the Wicked. Is that the name of the first one? I was reading that,
Yeah.
and I was really hyped for that series because I bought it back when it first came out, when everyone was hyping it up, and I was really excited for it. And I was reading it recently, and I got to like halfway through, and nothing was really happening. And it was one of those books where the author went, "Who needs world building?" And just doesn't explain anything about like how the witches work, how anything works, why we should care about anything, what the stakes are, nothing. And so I was listening to the audiobook, like I just don't feel like I'm getting anything. And so I DNF'd it because I was really bored. I just didn't want to listen to it.
Yeah.
But my brain keeps going like, but what if it was about to get good? Maybe you should go back. Maybe because it's a whole trilogy, maybe it gets better. And I'm like, no, I have too many books.
Yeah.
I need to keep, because I'm usually quite a strict and fairly quick DNFer, because I DNF quite a lot of romance where like I'll get 30 pages in and realize this is not the vibe for me, and like the writing style just doesn't work. So I DNF quite frequently with romance books, but I find it harder with fantasy books because I always feel like with fantasy books I'm like, oh, what if the world building was just about to happen? What if it was just about to get good? What if there's just about to be a plot twist? But yeah, usually I'm pretty good at DNFing.
Yeah.
I think I've DNF'd like 10 books so far this year.
If I'm ever able to DNF a book, I will let you know. I will. It'll be a momentous occasion.
I would be very impressed. I think we lost Charlotte briefly. She might be coming back. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe your internet
Here we
dropped
go.
out.
Hi.
Hi.
Closed the tab.
Oh no.
I was on another tab and I meant to click back onto the tab and closed it instead.
I nearly did that mid-sprint. I wanted to open one of my bookmarks and I nearly just pressed it on this tab before I realized that if I did that it would open in this tab and drop me out of the stream. And I was like, no.
I was about to speak as well. I was like mid-sentence and then like I was like, oh, I'm speaking, I'll go back over to the tab, and then closed it. Like, for God's sake. I don't even know what I was going to say.
Marlene is suggesting that Kate should just skim read.
Yeah, there's been a couple of parts where I like turned the page and it's just I could tell it was an entire page of like describing one thing, and I was like, yeah, okay, we're just gonna like read that really fast
I do
and
that
next page.
sometimes.
Which I rarely ever do that, so I'm kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's a mark of this book is, it's not info dumping, but it's just I think it's a combination of like some of the descriptions are too long, and because the narrative is not particularly propulsive or like really engaging, then those descriptions feel even longer and unnecessary.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I think we have time for one more sprint if you guys are up for it.
Yeah.
Let me get the wheel up to see how long this one will be. Okay.
Oh, I don't know what to do now. I've finished this. What am I going to do
It's
next?
gonna be 40 minutes.
I think it'll depend how long the sprint is. Yeah, 40 minutes.
Maybe another 40. Okay. That's
good to like get. If it was 20 minutes, I'd be like, maybe don't start another one. But 40 minutes shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna carry on reading. I should hoover my stairs. That's the only thing I have left to do in terms of housework. I'm like,
maybe do that and listen to your
audio.
audiobook as a little treat to start off, and then when you've finished, come back to your physical read.
I think I would struggle to hear my audiobook while hoovering though.
Yeah.
Unless even if I put my earbuds in, then that would, I don't know, maybe it'd be possible. But yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna read like another 10 pages of the book and then I'll decide if I'm gonna go and do the chores.
Very fair. I'm gonna see what I'll be doing. I'm betting it's gonna land on chores this time. That's my prediction.
Oh, see, I was thinking it's gonna be writing again.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
I got really excited because I thought I was reading.
I think this is the first time it's not given me reading once.
At all.
This is why I stopped calling them reading sprints. I relabeled them reading and productivity sprints a while ago because it just stopped letting me read.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Bibliophobic.
I do actually have some chores I need to get on with, and I will listen to the Unhoneymooners while I'm doing chores. So
nice.
Yeah, at least chores comes with audio. That is exactly my thinking. I actually do really want to get back to the Unhoneymooners because it's been really fun, even though where I stopped they were all vomiting. But you know, we'll get past that bit quickly, I'm sure. Right, let's get the timer ready and we can get going. Cool. I will see you all back here in 40 minutes.
See ya.
See you then.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey.
Once again, let us know in the chat how you got on that sprint. I am slightly out of breath from dashing everywhere. I folded some clean laundry. I cleaned the bathroom and I sorted out some paperwork as well. But the last thing I was doing was cleaning the bathroom, and I was desperately trying to get the last bit done and then wash my hands before I came back. So I'm a bit tired. But yeah, how did you guys get on in that sprint?
I edited a quick picture and then did an Instagram post.
Nice.
And then decided to I'm trying to write every day, or not every day, but I'm trying to write as much as I can at the moment. So I thought I would just go back to a new chapter and see if we can start a new one. And I wrote 209 words.
That's solid.
Nice. That's good.
So yeah, that's as far as I got.
Sounds good. What about you, Kate?
I think I read like 30 pages, 31 pages of the book. So that's some good progress. I didn't do my hoovering. I was like, I'm just gonna sit and read it, and then if that was the last sprint, I'm like, we're done with reading it for a bit. I need a break from it.
Yeah.
Even though the plague's just arrived, so things have got interesting again.
Oh wow. What time period is it set in?
I think it's 1601.
Right. Nice. Maggie's
So
like,
quite
we're talking
historical.
again. It's time for me to come. She's still shedding massively at the moment. So, like every time I fuss her, it's just like a rain shower of just fur everywhere.
Oh.
Bless her. Let me find what we got to. 92 pages. That is really impressive.
Nice.
50-ish left, so definitely finished up today. Yes, good for you. Very happy. 16 pages of Winter's Orbit. It's a bit slower than expected. Surprising. 36 pages of The Familiar. This will likely be a 5-star read.
Wow.
That's exciting.
Already?
That's exciting.
I do love Lee Bardugo because a lot of the time, since she started writing adult books, she'll come out with a premise and I'll be like, I'm not sure about that. And then I read it and I'm like, actually, this is one of the best things I've ever read. Because I wasn't even going to read Ninth House, but I went to the tour for it because that Ninth House came out pre her blow up. So she did like a bigger tour in the UK, but like a lot of smaller places, and they were like much smaller crowds.
Yeah.
And so I went because I just wanted to get like my Six of Crows books signed. And then in the talk that she did, I was like, okay, now I need to try Ninth House because she sold it to me. So I bought it, and then when I read it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is like one of the best books I've ever read.
I still need to read
I
it.
feel like The Familiar is going to be the same. Oh yeah, Ninth House is so worth it.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet either. It's on my list.
You have to get through the first 50 pages.
Right.
The first 50 pages are a bit of a slog, but once you do, it's worth it. It's very good.
Nice.
That's fine. I'll have the audiobook, so I'll listen to it.
Yeah, the audiobook is good. Ended up going for a walk with my grandma along the docks. That's so cute. I had coffee at a cafe. That's really lovely.
Such nice weather today as well.
God, I'm jealous. You guys all seem to have nice weather. We just have clouds.
Oh.
We don't have any
it's really
sunshine
sunny
today.
here, but it's not super warm. It's only like 11 degrees or something.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like deceptive. Like it looks really nice, but you go outside and it's like, okay, it's actually still freezing.
It's the time of year where I have to do the like, let me stand outside for a second to check that my outfit is good before I commit to the outfit. Like most of the year, I'm pretty good with like, it's like 10 degrees, I know what to wear. But in spring, I put an outfit on, stand outside the back door, and be like, okay, how do I feel? And then see if I need anything else.
Yeah,
it's a good plan.
Another person saying they found Winter's Orbit a bit slow. That's fair. Feel the same. The premise with The Familiar didn't pull me in at all, but now I'm reading it, I'm so intrigued.
Nice.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't a Lee Bardugo book, I would be like, nah.
Yeah.
But because it's her, I'm like, okay, I'll give it a shot. I also still need to read Hellbent. I'm behind. I hope the nap was good. I feel like I might need to have a nap later. I like sunny but cool, but another degree or 5 would be nice.
Yes.
I feel like my ideal is between like 18 and 24. Like, as in, like that little range is when it's like nice and comfortable. You're probably not going to get burnt.
Yeah.
You can like sit outside. Anything above like 25 and above, I'm like, no, this is too warm now.
Yeah.
My
No,
optimum temperature is like 24.
I've got burnt in like early spring before, like it's been barely sunny and I've still got sunburn, so nothing's off limits for my ghostly skin.
So yeah, Tom got sunburn recently at training, and it was only like 15 degrees. But he gets like sunburn across his nose just if the sun exists in the winter, practically.
Yeah.
I was like, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was raining and snowing. Wow. Today it's sunny and bright. Not really that warm yet, but hopefully the higher temperatures will come soon. I don't know, would you this week where I am? I just
hail
don't.
this week, and it was we had like every season of weather in one day.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
I just don't want it to rain on
Indeed.
Thursday when I'm in London. That's all I want, because I hate having to walk to the tube station in the rain after work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in London last weekend, and I at one point was just walking around in like a top with no jacket on because it was so nice. And then came
last
back
weekend
and
was
like,
lovely.
oh yes, jumpers.
I think next weekend it's meant to warm up again in the UK. That should be nice.
Nice.
To like 15. So if there's any Americans in the chat, there's probably nothing, but you know.
Yeah.
Post lunch nap was needed. It's sunny and 13 degrees. I'm wondering if I should go outside and do something. Take a book outside? Maybe? You could. I got a bad sunburn beginning of May in 15 degrees. Oh dear.
Yeah, sounds like me.
Well, I probably should get going in a minute, but thank you so much, you guys, for joining me on camera. It's been very nice to hang out, and even though I didn't get any reading done, like actual reading, it still was pretty good. I have my scribbles that nobody can see because it's pencil, and I got some chores done, so at least I got something done today rather than just playing Stardew all day, which is what I would have done if left to my own devices.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad to at least get one of my books off my list.
That's pretty solid. You did good progress with that.
Yeah, I definitely would not have sat down and read as much of this without sprints. I would have been like, oh, I'll just read some of it later. And then 2 days been like, oh my God, now I need to read so much. So it's good. Sprints were good. Very helpful for that.
Yeah. And thank you everyone in the chat for joining us. Hope you guys have a good rest of the day, and we'll see you next